Meow. There's no one. That's so sad. I'll start in a bit, actually. Yeah, man. We are winning, chat, I think. We are resuming the trial, it seems. Well, we gotta know what happens, huh? Load faster, game. Please. Please, I beg you. July 10th, 140p. Wow, that was a lot of hours for Apollo. July 10th, 10:40 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Amelia's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you take it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a good or interesting say, hiya. Why do I even bother at hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Oh, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. D's house, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? What would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? I mean, please don't please don't run into any flaming bridges, please. Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Alright. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Mazito by off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but... Well, you're after the detective, aren't you? Diane Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did the prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that a diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The bridge and the switch? Piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. Flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But... if the sultry songstress is lying, the case melts like butter in a frying pan. Which kind of takes a while, to be honest. It really does. Leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So, what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh, I hate you, Mr. Wright. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky, Emma? Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Now just that the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. Burned fragments added to the court record. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Diane's Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he's gone. And he walked out the door. Just like a magician normally. What is this anyway? Let's read the sprint. So, you think this was some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's Eve. On New Year's. You know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year to scare off evil? So it's kind of the same thing. Really? Really? I had no idea. Well, did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. At least my useless fact had something to do with the evidence. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10th, 1:55 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Kristen? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Diane was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Alright. Oh, I know, Air Forehead. Bro, I do not want to hear your symphony. Your sympathy thing, whatever. Alright, well. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand, Detective Darian Crescend. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescend, Detective Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you that didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviners. Maybe you've heard of us? Oh wait, no shit. Darian Crescend. You know what, that's fine. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. Give me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. Don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's our time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Amelior's testimony. In fact, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I've got plenty to say about it. It might be a national pastime in Borginia. Yeah, wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't detectives Emma Sky hear those gunshots are in the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. Nuh-uh. So you claim Amelior's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig around what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the coordinating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Diane. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky. I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. You can't do this with Amelior's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Oh, I can't use the voice. I can't use the bracelet. Anyway, I have a really good hint real quick. I have a good hint with this. Some things I found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on those fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What? You think that this guy works for you? I received a report this morning, before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility, it seems. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set. Could have been 2 firecrackers weak to go off by remote control. You got an actual imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Which place in there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by. Ha!
That's right. Dion was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How many know someone was backstage right then?
The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man?
How do I explain this? May not look it, but Dion is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
You may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third set.
Something odd?
A headset. Kind of all of the band and staff members were wearing.
That's right! We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room.
What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on?
You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Stop stealing the show, Clavier.
Fair.
Whose side do you want, Gavin?
Listen to me, Dion. There were no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I've got a question for you.
Huh? For me?
The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime.
Why am I yawning so much?
It's literally a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Put the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. And we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots may have been real or fake. We can't say.
Okay.
But there's the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case.
The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while a little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin.
Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think.
You'd better know about it, otherwise we're through.
It can't be proven.
Make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
We'll continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy, is it?
I need some decisive proof, and fast.
Heh, you ready, kid? 'Cause I am.
You're going to place her in the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof.
Oh, what if it's the keys? Because we haven't used those in a bit.
Objection!
No, it's not. I'm sure it'll play into some importance.
Objection!
No. Do I have to press him first? I want to see something. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Amiora's song.
Her song?
Her song? What exactly is this? Device thingy. New variety of gramophone, perhaps. Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? With this, we move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Amiora's voice included. Oh, but what does this prove? According to Amiora's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song.
Ah, you intend to examine the recording at the moment, yeah? You might even hear those gunshots.
Exactly. Ha, ridiculous! How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage?
Have you forgotten, Dion? We're all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We're all deeply involved in our performance. Amiora's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Let's get to analyzing our recording. Right now! Amioria stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. I have to save because I think I'm going to beat the Doodle. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Yeah, because it doesn't let you save. Bitch. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is a track with Amio's vocals. Seriously? Yeah. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why? Sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake.
I believe a case has been made. That's what we heard during the second set. This means Amio's testimony was true.
Ah. Order. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard.
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Taos.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch. Now.
Because after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire.
Detective Crescent, you were not safe during the second set. You could have done it.
Why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't two bullets fired from this weapon? Yeah, Moria was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have heard close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Taos' life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent?
Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory a little. You were there too, Air Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem, Octoon. My arc won't start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar has been went through a Christmas, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. Ah. It was you, Daryan. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? I'm prosecutor Gavin. What are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Taos' 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver this size. Kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder, if you're an amateur.
Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ah, you're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I am a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur.
The standard sidearm shoot two police officers with a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast, although the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Taos, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mrs. Leaves rolled up ready for action had to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly. Which piece of your evidence is decisive again? Got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue, miss, due to a 45 caliber kickback. I wait for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. Witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, were not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to this case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Here we go again. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Oh, that's easy. A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is the case that Mr. Details has not been... Is it the case that Mr. Details has not been to our country before? According to our records, yes. Not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Cross-examination. Proof of innocence. Come on, why do I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. Objection! Bitch. Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't make it, please. Detective Crescend. Ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. Nuh-uh. It's evidence. Okay, don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It's a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive of killing Mr. Towers. Does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon has a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficient at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We've looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export. One regularly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Romain Wheathouse, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. That is, but that is misleading. Romain Wheathouse wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could, well, be a motive for murder. So I was going to sell it on the black market. For myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony. About the smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. And they're all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in it. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Details undercover. You could sing up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb. Just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Send them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something. I'm going to find out what. Cross-examination. Hold on. No, I just noticed that. Oops. What the fuck? Why is that true? Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How curious are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keys goodbye. Why settle for a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Why not a cure for just any disease? A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. He went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying... Our witness is a detective. He would have contacted the Chief Justice. You are saying? The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why it'd be an international scandal? That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with the neck on... If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice! Detective Crescent, is this true? 'Cause I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? As far as it is to think about, the Chief Justice murder buyer... Why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. If I'm gonna deal with the Chief Justice, where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. We're getting in customs barely sleep, so they're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. We're getting custom is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Objection! No. Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. How could guitar befitting a woman like Nami Lawyer? How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Borginia? That it is. I'm gonna carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So, vacuum packed it in Amioyo studio. I use a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin. Untouched. Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Wait, are you saying that guitar was... The cocoon's this small, it would have been very easy. To use a guitar as a meal to smuggle cocoon out of Borginia! What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. That guitar had some work done on it recently, correct? Work? Good memory, our forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in front. It is called a sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, that is in fact. An igniter? Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside the guitar? You mean this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use Picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. It's just better to do that than someone with access. Like a member of the band. You're Order! So the igniter.
was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, hair forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that had happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamiore's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor. This forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler was encountered on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. And the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Taus. Ah! Mr. Taus, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Taus tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch. Now! The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then, Mr. Taus died. Lamio, you're there to witness it. Here's your case. Brilliant, man! Detective Griffin. I gotta know. You make that up on the fly. For a made-up story, makes a great deal of sense, Dion. The Republic of Virginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up the story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had up a Burgundian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice that I ever heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch. Now! You made this transmission from backstage. Wow, your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. There must justice had to say them. But be warned. With the great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Nah, shit. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who is the smuggler's accomplice? There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machito Bai! But Mr. Justice, he's your client. The defense attorney... A defense attorney accusing his own client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Taus, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Burgundian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lamio? He couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals. Recall that this remote only works for a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamio was in the air vent. Right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamio still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different from shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamio stand-in. The Lamio stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, The rail couldn't have worked from Namioya's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Kristen, what do you say to that?
Your Honor.
Yes, Detective. Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. It's too bad. So sad. Punk. Punk? First he was Sleeve, now then Kid, now Punk. Who's this being fast, Apollo?
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
Problem isn't what we see, correct, Daryan?
Right. It's what you hear. We are musicians after all.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii piano to set off that igniter. Is that right?
Well, yeah.
Well, in order to do that, you'd have to press the switch. Am I right?
Okay.
Well, take another listen. Pay attention to piano.
Piano?
What is he doing? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was supposed to hit that switch if he's playing. You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva.
Namioya.
But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out. If they couldn't even press the switch. What's going on? Wait, I don't, what's going on? Oh no. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well,
it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Apollo, were you wrong?
We can't be wrong.
Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange?
What's strange?
No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there.
Odd? Mr. Justice, Monty Torbayu didn't press that switch. Then he could not have beat the accomplice you claim he is. Well, let me just see something. Nuh-uh. Wait, is that even the same as the video? Oh yeah, I see it. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. Got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Masi Tobai the accomplice? You have to reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
About if Mati's not the accomplice, then the whole case is fucking ruined.
I know that it has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you'd better find a way to prove it.
Ah, what do we do? What do we do?
Heck, there has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait. A second.
Ooh, what? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now?
Strange.
What's strange?
No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there.
It's not much to go on, but it's all I have. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? Might I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove that Mati Tobai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Mati Tobai pressed that switch? I don't know if you call this proof, per se, but I can prove it was possible.
And that's prosecutor. It falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Yeah, forehead, you're sure about this?
Ah, accept it. There's no evidence, man. So your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that a defendant pressed that switch? Take that! The basis of my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played. But doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. I think Monty could have played that part with one hand.
One hand? You only needed one hand to press that switch. You could play that piano with the other. Ha! What? So you got some kind of piano saving? Actually no. Now what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Juicy.
Yeah? You got something?
Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he...
Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really.
Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way, buddy. Man, how are you going to prove whether we played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit, it will be rather difficult to prove. But it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. Or how do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way. Or seems we come to the moment of truth at last. Here Mr. Justice had to say for himself. Shows the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Marty was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. 1 second of the song and one section of the song proves it. That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding.
I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all. Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right?
I know, I just need to find a place to compare it to that.
Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it. I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it.
Oh, shit.
Modulate? Okay. Do 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 do. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you.
As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead.
Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody part. Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Listen to another section. Shall we? Another section? There's a card bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh that night in your embrace." I don't hear anything. Ah! Play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? He was playing it wrong, wasn't he? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. Right? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. Ah. What's that proof? I would think you know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses have different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Dion. Ah, shit, he figured it out.
There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had a point specifically so that piano would stay in the background. That was what I noticed. Why would the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself.
Now ask yourselves why Maji saying how he played. There's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Breakdown? Breakdown. Come on. Breakdown. Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though personally this comes to a terrible disappointment.
What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut his ass up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, we'll now state the court's opinion on this matter. Show, Sleeves. No. Great show! It's not over. I don't like when he looks so happy.
You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed.
You, Air Forehead. Ah, shit. Me?
Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. Facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence.
Yeah, but the facts anyone can see it was him. Fortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But does in fact my point toward the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense may has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, he would have already seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What?
The two is staring us all right in the face.
Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said?
It won't be easy proving. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system.
So what do I do?
Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Good. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Iron Crescent's igniter and set it off.
I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter.
I think he just found a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. I got no more time to play pretend with this dead-weight attorney. Robert of Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin?
Ah, yes. Good guitar that kept dry is why. That provides the best sound.
Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan had an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Finding time, Justice. If you blow this one, it'll be out of your hands for good.
Go for it, Apollo.
What, and this igniter is supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney.
All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. I intend to hear this one through to the very end.
Ah, shit.
There, forehead. You're accusing this man, Diane Crescent, of 2 crimes. Murder of 50,000 and smuggling of a Virginia cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your last case. I mean, your case, or whatever.
This trial has already run on far too long. With this justice, will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, this is the moment this examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for the accusations against Iron Crescent.
Okay.
This is actually my last chance. The key that will take apart Iron Crescent's plan is... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Huh? So what is?
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else.
You mean a witness?
Yep. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Iron Crescent's guilt? This bitch. The person who can prove Iron Crescent's guilt is a defendant. Machi Tobai!
Your client? Again?
Machi Tobai was an accomplice of the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Iron Crescent could not have gotten into the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is a real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Taos was looking for. With the corroboration of the Republic of Virginia, we would burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. The residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. Thus, if Mati Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Iron Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Virginia cocoon, the case is solved, right here and now. I'm going to do your mom. Diane's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is very remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Clearing a cocoon out of the country means death.
By Virginian law.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, see? For a pianist really was a smuggler. And testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around.
Mochi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Mochi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty in smuggling in our country. Ah! The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in our country or in our court today. Including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... Ah, shit. But if Mochi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're Williamson after hearing this trial? The name goes to Machi Tobai. The cocoon's smuggling your entire plan. Machi Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling in the first degree. I mean, second degree, I think. Yeah. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion. Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies or no? A house made out of pianos? Come on. Oh no, he's gonna break down. Please! Don't take! Diane, I consider that my last session with you re-rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. It's kind of sick, the desperation in now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's file? Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew, from beginning, I knew. Machi, situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. One thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it's become apparent that all things can be tried by this standard. It's not the case of this short surface. May have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobai? Yes? I promise you won't receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Taos, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. He's so cute. Oh, wait. Oh my god, that's so nice. Oh my god, I love that. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth, you find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai, not guilty. Yippee! That's making me want to do episode 4 now. Court is adjourned. July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 2. I mean, I wonder what will happen to Machi. No, we did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there will be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Mammy Oyer? Hi, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. I just let him go to sleep. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still very sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
Run to the doctor. The Emperor lost her sight due to some kind of accident.
An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I fear that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what's in your mind? You're in your defense in there today. So you can feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take a painting.
Painting?
That's right, she's a landscape painter in sound after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Namioyer!
Oh, you're my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. My secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. What was it again? Phoenix, you never told me.
Apollo, seriously, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet! Me too!
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Last year the Gathering was even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
have them catch the killer at the end.
Ah, that was fun. Turnabout Serenade. I think that calls for a Turnabout Succession, to be honest. I have to change the finish up. Finishing up the trial and starting Turnabout. What was it again? What's the next trial chapter? Turnabout Succession. I forgot how to say the word. Honestly, that was really fun. Let's go. Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. That is the whole truth of this case. Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance, always connected. What the? Oh. Holy shit, I think Tootie just fucking died. Sad to say, of course. And now, you say I'm ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Oh, yes, I am! Whoever you are. Oh, what the? Hello, Kristoff. What the fuck just happened? What just happened? I am confused. I am lay confusion. I am going to be right back, because I am just confused of what the hell just happened. Alrighty, I am back, chat. We're gonna start this October 7th, 10:37 a.m., right? Anything agency.
Hey, Apollo, look! On TV! Look, look!
Yeah, I'm kinda busy.
Whoa, look at that! It's the last Gramari, alright? Amazing, amazing! Apollo, you should be watching this! Ow, 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 ow! What? What?
I was writing about our last case in my journal.
I was supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? The case was 3 months ago.
Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum back the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm working on wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lammy Oyo disappeared.
That's right, Uncle Val did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now.
I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I had to watch a little TV with her, I guess. I'm bored. And her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away, so... What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum?
Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was.
Only 3 more days until miracles happen here.
Right before your unbelieving eyes. Legendary 12 Grammy is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's gonna be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming.
Legendary Grammy Aries. Lucy's real father was still alive. He'd be on that stage performing miracles.
I've got the tickets and everything. $70?
Here's yours, Apollo. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Hold on, what?
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready? For what?
For what? For the 12th Grammy Grand Magic Show.
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on up. If you're not part of what's going on up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Oh, that's hilarious.
Seriously, Trucy?
I'll examine his badge. Dun-dun-dun. Squeak. Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Hot man right there. Hey, how have you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid.
No, he has been gone a long time.
How goes it, Trucy? Yeah, I got a present for you.
Yay, pudding! I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I don't have to pace myself.
No, I'm beat.
That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know.
How right you are. So you can't still say what your mission is? Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. Huh? With me?
Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy!
Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about this mission was my whole reason for coming here today. Huh? Tell me. You've heard of the jury system, yes?
The jury system?
That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about.
Have you heard of it, Apollo?
Huh? Maybe? You mean like Radius Attorney? That shit is bullshit. Maybe not as many people were talking about it as I thought. The jury system, huh? First, I got it. Hold on. The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't.
So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing?
Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is?
I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know now, Apollo?
Only from TV, and from Greatest Attorney. 12 people. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? You mean 6? I was thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jury system. That name sucks.
No more doing whatever you... Well, no more doing whatever you like, Your Honor.
Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. And there will only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right?
Well, you know your stuff, Apollo.
Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now.
I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright.
Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, mascot Apollo, the perfect team.
What?
Hold on, my mic's being weird. So just give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. So, what is this, secret mission? The juror system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always riskier, Apollo.
Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. I'm like you, Apollo.
I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will.
I don't like tests.
We'll take a case as a sample. We'll choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping. How? Well, for one, I'll be the chair of the Juror System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case and the jurors' candidates, and the judge and the courtroom.
Wow, it's like you have a real job.
I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. Trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is.
A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting.
So, what kind of cases is trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of the new system, I wanted something simple.
Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious.
True. The case is a murder. It's not simple at all.
Alright, simple. Do you mean that the defendant is...
Guilty? Yes. Or most likely. So, good luck. Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Well, I said it had something to do with you.
Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat.
Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potential serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario. Ah, you mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. Trial begins at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. What? Something that happened last night. I'm so tired.
Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The Trope Grammar Grand Magic Show.
Oh, right, the card tricks.
Not card tricks, the grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. Heaven and earth will shake.
So what? That's 3 whole days from now.
That's Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. Can't say hi to Uncle Ballard.
Have fun.
What? I can't go by myself. No, I'm not very outgoing.
Okay, right. Okay. What? Why not go with her?
But what about the secret mission?
Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. Don't trust that smile. He knows he knows. He knows something that he's not telling me.
Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum.
I suppose they want to kill me at the pub over there. I hate this game. I hate you. I hate you, Phoenix, and Trucy. Grandma, are you? That reminds me.
What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammari seal?
Consider it a birthday present, Trucy.
Thanks, it's great. But
today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present.
Yippee! So it's plastic.
I've been trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it?
Can I open it, Daddy?
No.
Huh?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then.
Well, why didn't you just hold on to it then?
Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Grandmaries, huh? Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you?
Of course I do. I mean,
I'm going to be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. You want everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were.
there's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. There's some idea with that anyway.
Well, mine. Committee chair, remember?
Shit.
Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose, I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime.
Oh, good.
That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved in the case.
Shit. Then how am I supposed to defend?
You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Powell, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Alright.
I'd recommend going down I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. That's it. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a wasting.
I hate you. October 7th, detention center, visitor's room. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes.
Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us.
You know, the minute we get angry, the crime will flow. It always works that way.
Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh God, is our client going to be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's a silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you?
That's right, okay.
No! I'm the mate. I forgot how to do his voice. It's been so long. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat.
Eek, she passed out.
Miss Magic on the way might have been a better bet.
That's magic panties, Apollo.
Hey, you wanna look at this? See this here? Does it ring any bells? Does anything I say ring anything? She looks so depressed. She looks like me on a Tuesday afternoon. Hi? Well, I'm her defense, apparently. I really think it has to be fate, you know. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign?
I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo.
No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I was destined to get a difficult client, it seems. 2 in a row. 3 in a row, I mean. No, 4 in a row. So, what's your name? Oh, right. I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I am Apollo Justice.
I'm 2C right.
I know. This is gonna nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened? I'm a defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day, the stores from out of town stopped to ask me directions.
Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Oh, that was useless. No, I think I understand despair a little better now.
You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it?
Let's go, Trucy. I think it's her.
Excuse me. Could you read this?
Sure. You're like a teenager on a first date. And this is a love letter we've had from desk to desk at school. Pablo, you got no bitches. You shouldn't be talking.
Narukin, so whisper and read it, Apollo.
It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Mishem. Their address is for a Drew studio. Vera's got added to the court record. And you're giving me this because... Oh, she's Vera. Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime.
Let's go find out. October 7th, Drew's studio. Oh. What is this music I'm hearing? Why does it remind me of the first case? Wow, this looks like... Well, it looks like a studio, obviously.
It's like live intimidating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah, it looks like we found our crime scene.
Wow, look at all those paintings.
Hey, don't touch those.
It's okay, I'm just looking.
That's really good art, I gotta be honest.
Huh? Apollo, look at this one.
Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath.
That's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all.
Yeah, good point. That is very odd. Drew Mishim's paintings added to the court record.
All the paintings have a really different style, too.
Ah, I thought I might find you two here.
I thought I might find you two here. Emma, long time no see. No? Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too.
You know about the trial simulation tomorrow?
I've heard about it, sure. Mr. Wright chose you, huh?
We don't even know what the case is about.
No, he was good. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Mishim.
No! That's his daughter!
That's his daughter! Mr. Drew Mishim. Mishim. And his daughter was put under arrest.
Oh, I guessed it. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center.
It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder.
No, that's Emma's voice.
It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get a job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning?
Please don't poison me. I'm a woman's woman. I think they may poison me. Vaguely side-eyes my girlfriend.
Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll be over here with my snackers.
We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around.
But we did better find out as much as we can as hear from the scene.
Or else. Yeah, I can't do shit. What the fuck is this?
Hey, there's a painting hidden back here.
Hey, you're right.
What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it?
You certainly seem pleased by the possibility.
Huh, it's so normal.
That's probably something to get mad about.
Huh? What is it, Apollo?
Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind.
I better get a professional opinion on this. That other box looks funny sitting inside a room like this.
Let's take a look. Empty.
Of course. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. A superstar would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Equal, that's where the body was. That's just why we're missing passed away. But the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half painted painting over there? Must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, it's true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago and was fascinating. Yeah, that is actually so you. That's the victim's coffee mug. So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee.
I would hope so.
Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually.
What do you mean?
Most pieces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. I'm actually not on your side after all.
Oh, that is actually so fun. 2 pages and we're still in the investigation scene.
Hey, look there! That thing doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. I'm not talking about even the Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the same is probably Minimize Emma.
I bet Emma could help us out here.
Don't forget, Flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about?
Well, I was thinking, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically?
You know me too well. Okay.
Okay, meaning we can get scientific now?
Oh, I suppose. That's just once. Give me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out.
Yay! The best using those stackers at my face, though. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim.
That... Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there is a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain.
I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma.
Right. Okay, you got me, and that's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science, I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison.
So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug?
That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. You could have applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing!
It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more.
This is like buttering her up, Apollo. They say Riley will get you everywhere.
Certainly worth talking to her a bit more.
About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy.
I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly.
One of the most brilliant poisons, but it is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown...
that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details.
I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can't find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I'm gonna try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already use it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How is this for a reaction? Never do that again. I am not poisoning, so I'm gonna punch you in the face if you do that again. I'm not doing to those hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's get down to it second for real poison, shall we? Alright. Oh, what? Oh, I didn't even notice this. God, I love winning.
Too bad. No reaction there.
I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Apollo?
Did you spray that little desk over there?
I don't think so. This way probably can't reach that far, you know?
Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh shit, there we go.
Eek! A reaction, Apollo? Ugh, where? Where? Inside of that cute little frame! Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Susie. I'm known to work magic.
Never mind that I was the one who found it. Not a frame added to the court record.
Why would the inside of that frame
have poison on it? Let's check. Why only that part as well? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Oh, shit. What is that? This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The good about that it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this was so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a set letter and seal it again?
I better hang on to this. Well, let's look. Oh, yeah. Actually, would you look at that? No clues here.
Wow, look! It's been opened once here.
You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Let's try to get it open, then stick it back shut.
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I got a better idea.
Emma, let's ask her!
Emma, about this.
Oh, that! Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope.
Be sure it's bumpy.
Someone opened this, didn't they?
My lips are sealed. You did it, didn't you? Your lips are sealed? Well, that's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope?
Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open?
Haha, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently.
Now that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools, the highly specified tools for information gathering.
Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on.
Is this like flattering her, Apollo? They say a little phrase can open big doors.
Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was just wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning.
You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray and analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right, at least.
That's what I call it.
Huh? That's a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically, it lets you see inside things. Like envelopes? That's right. You're sharp, Susie. It's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works, scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Yeah, what are you doing? No, this ain't if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, and it might all fall out. And I wouldn't need an X-ray machine. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Now let's get down to business, shall we? Can you stop bullying me, Trucy? Alright, let's test another sample, though. It's just something that I have a lottery ticket here. Oh, interesting. Set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You got it set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn the dial there with arrow keys for me, would you? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I've got something, see? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except, I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. Well, you have to understand that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is more like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with the wavelength only 0.05 microns. But it scars down into tiny thin layers. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so you can only feel what's written on that layer. I'm gonna totally following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing like going over the image of WASD while holding space. There. That fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good. Now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. Oh, wait, this is interesting. Okay, let's put this out now. Now, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true part of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's start on the real thing, shall we? Nyom. Oh, what the? Okay, let's put this one out. To remove them, I've deposited the 100K in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Mishim's account? Trading must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page, and...
Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within. And I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Damn.
Okay, let's print this one out. So was it later about payment for one of his paintings?
Why all the secrecy, though? And
what?
why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right?
Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed.
She knows something she's not telling us. It looks like she's keeping Mom about it. Oh, that changed for sure. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum.
Woohoo! This is it, the power of the place where magic and dreams converge.
Just a mile ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go say hi to Uncle Valid.
What about the case? Wah, ha, 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 I think that's him.
Only a performer laughs like that.
The young Miss Trucy. How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Tee Uncle Valid. How's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are. Humility is definitely not going to be one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
We came to wish you good luck. And congrats on your big magic show.
Oh? But it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky to witness mirages such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as the magnificent illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand.
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammar Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Daddy.
Marco Movement in training. Zach, where are you if that terrible thing hadn't?
It's okay.
Father was a great magician, Trucy. If we were alive, then I, Val Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we got to see the great Magnificent Illusions again.
He really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was a little when I last saw him, but I still remember his shows. The beauty in a sports car through the air above the audience. Then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, his Mort has been waiting for a miracle to match his, I mean. Near the Grammar Trope secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, Nameless Face, who speaks for the Nameless Masters. How can I help you? For all those waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? The Beers of Light is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though. I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. Forms of magnificent miracle is impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years. But no more! 7 years? That phrase sure likes pop up, doesn't it?
And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy.
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnificent magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea. A trick, if you will. That trick was considered as property and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person.
You mean him?
Yes, Miss Trucy. It was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle.
Daddy.
Yes, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, does Lola please conceal your competence well, young man? A certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years.
Ah!
Yes, Miss Jersey. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty Mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing, permanently.
Daddy.
I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Ah, why? That bears a Grammar seal.
Uncle Valent? Is something wrong?
Seriously, where did you get this?
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy? My partner Zach
No, no, no! My other daddy, Phoenix Wright!
Why now? Why with your Lord Daddy?
Lord Daddy? That's kind of stressing the whole RCA thing a bit.
The signature upon the back. Do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Ramari. Hold on, I want to see something. I didn't even examine it.
Oh, shit. What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? I'm really wondering.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear?
Oh, just like this. Apollo? What was that look just now? I was wondering how hard it is to become an animation out of a magician.
Okay, I'm missing something.
So, this, Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. There are a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. There are a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what he means? It was an odd bird, Misham. I don't show his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that mailbox. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Understand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. I mean, that way was more artistic, you know? Another box, added to the court record. In any case, the only person besides him went out in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? No, just a suspect, please! We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room is Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. Happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened during the night of the murder? Like I said, last night was the first time someone on the outside came into the studio. You ever serious painters who never go outside make for good articles? It just so happened that he died the first night of his interview. At about 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Mitchum when she brought her father his medicine. He was checking out some equipment in the back of his room. Supposedly that's why she didn't notice he was there. If the reporter would call the police, in fact. Wait, well, why is she the suspect? No one's suspicious, it's the reporter. Yeah, the reporter never got near Mr. Mitchum's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. So, about this reporter, I can't tell you much. Are you going to be a witness tomorrow? No. I thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Bruchel. So after a scoop to sell to the papers, the reporter comes in for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. A magician? Well, it's not true that it needs only one other person. It wasn't Val Gramari by any chance. It wasn't Val Gramari by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Val Gramari. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Alright, I'm not gonna talk to these men. Let's go fucking get out of here. I'm joking. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Mitchum's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Finally, everyone outside. She did kind of give off her withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That sounded like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? Why would a sudden daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. About the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Alright, let's get out of here. Hey, you wanna look at this? So, as everyone was here on the story, all eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All friends seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name is Bruchel. Bruchel. I think he remembers him. Doesn't look too happy about it. Bruchel. That glowing is no admit when he smiles, yes. Can you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by the name called on me just now. Just now. Balance mission is always a war tomorrow. Balance feet step always forward. That is all. That's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yeah, the ad is only for the ad incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that CS reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Grandma Yi. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommend he visit that provider with penalized perpetrators. I mean, the detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. You would tear apart my respectability. I will tear him apart. Oh, here comes Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick. You're gonna fix the card? I'm not sure that card has big magic. What happens to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? You must have really not liked that journalist.
Now, the time has come when I must return to make my presentation preparations. By your leave, Miss Susie.
Thanks, Uncle Mallet.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Val react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Alright, let's go. Oops. I am, all mine, trying to get to the detention center. Oh, father. Our October 17th, detention center visitors room. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter? Oh, who is you?
I want to give him a nerd voice so badly. Because he looks like the kind of person to be a little nerd.
Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be?
No, I'm using that voice. Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm a apologist, attorney at law. Thinking about a nervous monkey.
You? You're Justice? You?
You know me?
Do I know you? Of course I know you. There's that witnesses on stand until they spill beans. End quote.
That's not true. I want to see writing.
Are you a reporter by any chance? Who are you? You're Tusi. Huh? Am I famous? Oh yeah. Tusi Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. Eek! That's so not true. It's on onto your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So God, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote.
No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh wee, what a pickle. Accused when to talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh.
Hello. Hi, Vera! I should have guessed.
Where's my manners? Name's Bouchel, Spark Bouchel. I'm not picky. Journalist just close his eyes, writes. End quote.
What's that nauseating song men smell every time he grins? That's why.
I know you men interviewed by me. You don't know what spelling is. Wound up through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote.
I can see that. He's writing something again. Now, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something.
So, Mr. Bouchel, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly. I knew you'd understand.
What? Alright. Alright, you know what? I'll stuff some evidence in your face if you want to shut up. If I can get you to shut the fuck up. Look, have my attorney's badge.
Yeah, right. Let me go on the record here. Yes? Yes? I know what you're going to say. Bouchel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote.
I don't think I'd say that.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Trying to understand.
What could he possibly be writing? You didn't listen to a word I said.
So, the night of the murder. You were at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me say one thing for the record. Yes? I mean, look, I'm corrected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets. Once you use them, they're gone. Because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. I mean, yeah, true enough. Don't I give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see? It's the same thing. What is... So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he's never had a story done about him before? Yeah, that's right. Look, let me say one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're going to. Not sure you're gonna. Yeah. I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. And tip me out to jail? Why do the interview? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yeah. Look, it's like, oh, I've got it. Hey, there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe. Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Eyes have ears, eyes, especially glass walks with speakers. End quote.
Right, guess we'll leave then.
Yeah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. Nothing else. Suspicious we got eyes.
Susie, what are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing. Listen, Apollo. You don't need to know nothing. I'm not going to stab him.
You know what? I'm not even gonna question it anymore.
And remember like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. When an article in the tabloid caught my eye, famous oil painting stolen from art directors from Art Theater's gallery. End quote, I believe it was.
What was that? And oil painting?
I was every name, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. Painting of a giant peach floating down a river.
I was one in the oil painting of a giant peach.
Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote.
October 7th, Drew Studio.
Well, how'd it go? Find anything out?
Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you.
What's with that scary face you're making? What's that scary face you're making?
And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you got going, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes, so it was stolen, no? I was hoping you weren't figuring that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger.
A forger?
Oh.
So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copy, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as a real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess.
I see.
Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place.
Oh, what do you mean?
When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. The rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway.
You know what the finished product is going to look like after all.
Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm gonna use it to see what's underneath the paint of the finished pieces.
I get it now.
Not that I really needed to go to such lengths. Being that one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Missim's rough sketches. Not like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True, that would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case.
This is like buttering her up, Apollo. Okay, I get it, Trucy!
Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch on this painting. I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick.
No, fine, just this time, though. Let's check it out!
The game broke. Try this one. Oh! Oh no!
Okay, let's print this one out.
Is that Clavier, Gavin?
What? What the heck? Wow, he really blows. This painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. Probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the spaces of struggle between paint and canvas, so you could tell if there had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like.
I think I followed you, actually.
So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirety, and do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. was drawing whatever you wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? No, not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? No, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you?
So like this one. Oh no, I think it's the same thing. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, it's connecting all the cases. It's connecting all the cases.
This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You don't look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me. Knock yourself out.
Oh no, I know what's happening. This is gonna be the card one. This is gonna be the card one, I bet it. This is the card one. Phoenix knows. Oh yeah, this is the card one. I knew it.
Okay, let's print this one out. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. Sure, your device isn't making some kind of strange radiation? Susie, look at these three sketches. Do you notice anything?
It's connecting all the cases together. The first one, episode... Oh no.
There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on?
These sketches are of the three cases I worked on.
What?
The murder in the poker room at the Boris Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Governor's concert.
What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait. Is Zoom your father?
Give me a break. Does that sound even remotely possible to you? I never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I haven't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them.
It couldn't have been a sick coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me?
Seriously? Alright, I am so continuing this. This is what happens, This is what happens when you binge. Yep, let's do it. Let's do it. October 8th at 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Good morning. Looking as soulless as ever, I see.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Tuesday right. That's right with a W, but not right? We're on your side. If that was anything. Please? Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. I think you'll do better with a little smile, don't you know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know?
Seriously, let's take it easy for starters. He's clearly traumatized.
Oh. Thank you for taking my case. Okay.
Well, that's a start, I guess. Here he goes to the nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured. Ooh, really?
Ah, girls. Girls are always like this.
The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really. That maybe one that led to his death. October 8, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Well, we will begin the trial of Vera Mishram.
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy, and he's looking around all nervous like.
The repercussions of today's trial will, most likely, be felt for a long time, and may, indeed, alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. That is secret mission. Jurors will function like a jury. Let's hope their conclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will.
Why aren't there any jurors in the courtroom?
Three closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. Jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors, judge, well, and that's cool.
Now, it's the year prosecutor, Gavin. I was going to say that.
My apologies there, Judge.
Jurors today, judge today's trial. Coolly, if you will be so kind.
The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We're about to find just what effect they're going to have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. Details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter, Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Akton, someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? The residue was found on the rim, I see.
Newspaper report describes the manner of our victim's death.
We'll accept this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by acetylquinine poisoning.
A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of acetylquinine in the body. It's a touch of the Reaper's scythe.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness.
I have for you today a simple man, as for a simple case. A man who witnessed a murder in its entirety.
A journalist, no doubt.
The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Man, for starters, my name's Bart Bouchel. My job is an own observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Bouchel?
I just like conclusions specifically. The aspect of something to conclusions. Preconceptions make poor sandbox. Sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote.
But, aren't you a journalist? You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today as a man with a dream. Because I have a dream. A dream where I will give you my fucking testimony. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Troop turns Mr. Broussel to that Mr. Broussel. End quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? Simple case, huh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. The journalist's story.
I went to the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first I decided to enter the atelier. Journal was his sweet mate, end quote. He got up on his coffee right after we started.
Oh, these are gonna be important.
Not about his coffee might have to be started. I know what happened next. Starfire, think what? No one else in our rooms. I heard the whole time.
Why would it happen to you? That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you? Me do anything like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even, I thought robbery was fun, end quote. I know. Not like this black courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. After the Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him. Alright, moments of justice. Cross-examination, please.
Cross-examination.
Oh, buddy! Hold on.
Objection!
Fuck. God damn it. Thought that would work, but it didn't. Cause that would have been so obvious. That was so obvious too.
Hold it!
9 o'clock at night. Isn't that a little late for an interview?
In the way painted you music says come at 9 o'clock. Believe you me, I go at 9 o'clock. And as it turned out, I was interviewing with such a prolific painter.
Alright, can you tell us what it was like when you arrived? Oh, the journalistic history made it, bro. You were the first reporter ever in the Drew studio.
Anyway, we'll look back on the night as a turning point in journalistic history. Basically, it's a significant step for all mankind. But a giant step for that universal guy, unquote.
If no one on the outside ever had access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deal was done by an insider. But why would she mean that Vera did it?
So, how does the pot make an interview go?
How about his coffee right after we started? Would you mind being a little more specific?
Oh, wait, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait, 4th grade.
That's not what I meant! I believe I know what airport head is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Anyone other than the defendant touched it. Right, that's what I was going to say, really.
Yeah, no, if you've got a question to ask, you'd best strain up asking. That's what I tell all the new recruits. Several times if necessary. Right for a great scooter. That's my motto. Another thing okay,
I really don't give a shit. Who touched the coffee?
You know. Down to the bank, against Studio's equipment when she served it.
And what happened next?
You know what happened next? Starfire, I think, bro.
God, his voice is... I love doing his voice. What's this about a star falling?
Star phones, huh? Like an old telegram. Send money over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. And if one person is passing away, a star falls, get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really. Does this matter?
Yeah, boy. This is gonna stop good stuff. And my star breaks. Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you girl with you die straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. You say Mr. Mitchum had the coffee, too. But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. He who seen that wins, but he who said that wins bigger. End quote. I don't know, man sees dog eat dog and writes about it word yet.
Yet? What do you mean yet?
And I can't say I saw him drinking, really. Yeah, one so-called sip on that. Yeah, puts up some drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite rude, I hear.
And something that is so-called somersault. Since I'd gulp down the coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there! Some kind of so-called trick! Anyone want to venture a guess for the record?
this guy have to have a pause button?
Yeah.
Roman Succession, did you find that testimony valuable? I mean, that was important. But then drank his coffee. Then immediately fell over.
Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one.
Your Honor, there's a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony. Very well. The witness will add this to his testimony.
I know, right.
And one sip of that, the next moment he was on the floor. Then it does. You know what I have a problem with? Particular property of the poison used. Quinine. Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. Lethal doses of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you take that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital admonition about Prosecutor Gavin's information. An admonition? Antiquine is a variant, as he said, but that doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately.
That's because Antiquine 9 is slow acting.
Slow acting?
What?
According to one forensic scientist,
It's one of the most variant poisons. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. I think that he's 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for the adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Sam sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have time left to enjoy his last cup of joe!
Order! What's the meaning of this? The defense says if what the defense says is correct. Why? That contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Russo, anything to say on the record?
No acting. S-O-O-W-A-C-T. It was very good, alright. Even then, it had already begun digging his claws into the journalist.
He's
working on his scoop.
Objection!
Oh, okay. Ruin my moment.
It's Bruxelles, yeah. Hey, Bruxelles. It's like a trip down memory lane. Huh? This really died the instant he took a sip. Bro! See you on my show! Then get over. This is vital. No, but I think that was a not so subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit, if it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died, I will be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you will be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? As the case facts are, and other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. Look, wait, just wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just forgot a so-called important detail. A reliable recollection, end quote. The story's survival, end quote.
Turning utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that saves sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Bruchel, are you saying you know something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
Really now, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Well, you're gonna say me? Order!
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. And Mr. Bishop died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive rights to the story. I suppose it was too much to hope for.
What was?
Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him.
Him?
Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Oh, right.
Actu there, Bruchel. Report for us, if you will. What is it that you noticed?
This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You must testify to the court about what you noticed. Witness testimony. What he noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Michelle was at his desk. Seemed to be writing a letter, and he quickly sealed the envelope. Not knowing of it at the time, of course. Another thing about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
That's not true. A suicide note.
Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face is incredible as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent.
Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. These are pretty easy, to be honest. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Mosan was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. So, isn't it just... this?
Shit.
Because I know it's one of this. Alright, let's just press.
Hold it!
Was there anyone else? Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham?
Well, he's not a Vera, of course.
Was anyone besides Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who did belong to the studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Bruchel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Trying to use this classic rap that phenomenon ploy, end quote. If you intended to suggest I reported the suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? Meantime, let's move along, shall we?
Ah, shit, hold on.
Seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope.
So, he put the letter away when he saw you?
And my partner gets worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow, actually.
It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Their handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that be an unlawful entry? Anyway?
You see, sure seems to think so. You should have seen him. He had to let him do that yellow envelope as fast as he could. And I was thinking when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. Let's have the ring of something important. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor. Very well. We add it to the testimony then.
Well, hey, why not? My account comes free of charge.
Nuh-uh. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at that scene. In a red envelope!
What?
Prosecutor Gavin. Yes, Sakun. Was the yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Bruchel?
I can explain that. Yeah, right. He wanted to get that letter in an envelope, pronto. Get out of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away.
And what about the whole yellow envelope contradiction, Trump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? No, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's entirely possible.
But Apollo, we checked the contents of that envelope yesterday, didn't we?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, my answer was clear, but never mind, because little thought. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist.
What?
Know that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham.
Eh?
Why would he address the letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself!
I've been scalped!
Order, order, order! Mr. Bruchel, can you explain this to the court?
Yeah, my. How can I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets last. End quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Rochelle.
Well, that's the thing, see? As we put this letter in that envelope. When the bishop sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
He had to stamp a so-called postage stamp. End quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, the mail's letter, what else? And then, well, yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yeah, so it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Oh, we can't even examine it, that's so fun. Well, apparently, this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Think of that word, suicide note. What a story. Sorry about suicide note, if I report it false. End quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case.
That's that.
That's it. Yes, Your Honor. It makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. You know, I already read this, so 100,000 is quite a good deal. Is quite a good deal of money. So this was some 7 years ago, yeah.
So, am I finished? Here, I mean. Am I finished here? And I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing.
I hate to state what should pretty be obvious to anyone, but when you catch the center of a story, you make that, rather unique face.
Come on! Tony has active imagination, little else. End quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. That has active imagination, end quote. Please, continue with your testimony. Tell us about the center of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually.
I mean, according to law, to shut up. Witness testimony. Center of a story.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter that wrote this story gets his interview, end quote. When concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Red envelope probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's town was without compare.
Oh yeah, of course it had something to do with it. So you're threatening to go to the press with this story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail?
Yes. I mean, no! No. It wasn't exactly black. I mean... I'm not... Ugh.
Something wrong with the show?
Look! This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist's info livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Or you'll have me chatting away in here. What's going on out there? What if someone Wowie Wordsworth or Zowie Scooper gets wind of my story? They could not be going to press while I'm going to waste.
Court feels your pain, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Justice. Let's pick up the pace. Certain case, 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Cross-examination. Let's see. I never saw it. Oh, wait, it actually is. I took a bit of work to get a thumbs up for the interview. Reported that with his story, gets his interview, and so out. And I'll probably have something to do with it. Say what you will, but this how it was without compare. That's wrong. Say what you will, but Drew's story was without compare. What about his nose? That was hinted. I'm sorry?
Gotcha!
sweet sweat nuts, Mr. Bruchel?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't help his gals, you know?
It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets.
Ick! You're hiding...
You're hiding something about his talent.
What? No, that's ridiculous.
Having a time. I saw where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio.
Eh.
There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio. It looked exactly like this one, except it was only halfway done. Maybe have a letter discussing a payment of 100K, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries.
Oh.
Bitch, got you. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please. Everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery. That's a serious crime.
You may have been known as an artist these days. But there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art, meaning forgery?
Your was talented, alright. Talented how to make a precise, detailed fakes. In fact, that certain criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? What? Wait. You can't seriously be talking about.
Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100K was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence that's highly private. End quote.
Why does he look like that? Order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We suddenly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there was no proof tying this letter to our case. Ah, shit. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. I mean, the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course.
Hey, the only thing I wanted is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
The result, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism was rock solid. Journalism was so solid you couldn't say and help it on it. End quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. We can start in the situation in that studio from the recap. The trial was over.
Pablo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Rousseau didn't have reasons or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Rousseau, your testimony, please. Because I feel bad for Vera. I don't think this guy did it either. Interview recap.
The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted it as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. And the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I really just clarified the situation that night. Right, well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination. Right. So I have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Oh yeah, it's this. The interview, a recap. The only other person in the studio tonight was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. Because there's something about this that makes me, like, question. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. The only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. Oh, wait. Fuck! Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Nuh-uh, no it doesn't. No. Nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Not one thing. You're very sure about that?
Yep, sure as can be. Well, there's one exception.
One exception. What?
Generous bag brush for that interview. Leave studio, end quote. Come on. It's a joke, get it now? Funny? I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witnesses a chameleon of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? Oh, I don't know, buddy. Oh, yeah, obviously. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course.
Don't tell me, very missing.
Believe me, any comedic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. It's the only link between the studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Bruxelles tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter.
Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. My voice is draining. Oh no. Ruh-roh. Ah. That very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. One envelope had disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this means it's nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Mishram. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well done. The witness will add us to his testimony.
You got it.
I still think this failed to change anything, Air Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. It's exactly the opening I've been looking for. The letter was put in the... but I hardly think that matters. I'm being the original, aren't I? Nothing could be serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yeah, so actually...
I don't argue the possibility that it disappeared from that studio. But Air Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Mishram was poisoned. I know, Mr. Mishram's testimony was changed, which means the facts have changed too. What he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think. Just keep thinking, Powell. You're sure about that?
You want to be very, very precise. I'm really going to make candy the whole time.
Oh my god.
One of those candies might have been poisoned.
Objection!
At the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. Ah, shit.
It was a long shot anyway.
Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, we have some proof. The possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe, not prove it yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. Mr. Mitchum ingested that poison via a root other than coffee. And that coffee. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. Okay, buddy, stop having a concert.
You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, air forehead, not possibilities.
Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof.
What did you say?
I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
Is that writing a letter I need?
Which was picked up by the mailman, I assume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. That stamp. Ah. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it. By licking the stamp.
Objection!
Fair. Fair. No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so I licked the stamp, but wait. How did I explain the advocate on the rim of the coffee mug?
If you lick the back of a poison stamp, the poison will get on its tongue, yeah? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth?
Ah, shit.
The spaces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Mitchum. Mr. Mitchum poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order, order, order! But that doesn't... Does it? Recall, if you would. Antiquity is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But his time wasn't up until that very moment he touched his lips to a cup of joe. Damn. You have something to add, Mr. Bruchel? I was just picking up another cent.
And I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Mitchum sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. Inkwell. You know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just ran out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
Shit. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps are found. It makes proving the stamp he used with poison possible.
Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense have to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? This? No, I wanted to examine the envelope. The only thing I can see is this. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
I think I put it off an attorney has been looking too many stamps in his free time.
Yeah, how do you smile like that when you torture all your victims? Or just to me? To hear that we don't like you, I think you in the letterbox of justice. I'm making this out to be way more complicated than it really is. Yeah, me too. I think I would have left a small ASCII residue on something. But what? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp? This. Well, Prosecutor. Oh my god. I'm losing! Are you actually serious? Looks like you have to take this back part off to first put a photo inside.
It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there.
True, and that pale blue is stained. Why would there be poison on something like this?
Well, there's only one obvious reason. I would put poison in the copy rubbed a bit on here too.
Not very obvious, Susie. This. Please be right, please be right. Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. On the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself.
I noticed that too during my inspection. So what?
Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. See, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale blue stain on the inside of the frame. Atropine residue!
What? Why wasn't I told about this?
The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of that frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most.
You weren't saying...
I am. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame?
A commemorative stamp, perhaps.
Order, order, order! A poison sample is in this frame.
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Why would he put something like that on his desk? You told me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
Now, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Bruchel? And please stop jittering around like that.
We know where the frauds are, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work.
Order for these friends makes enemies too. Inquit.
So, the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon.
Objection!
Oh, Fritz, that's Fritz. Give the Fritz who despises the fancy to the cabinet song lyrics, please.
Finally, something we agree on.
The stamp was a murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who goes to such lengths? No one.
Oh, I disagree.
Come again.
Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. During some hid from the world, he avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was a mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read the letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon.
Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Proof evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon.
I might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together.
Ooh, what is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling.
I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Mishram was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mishram the stamp of death. Oh, please be the hidden item, because I forgot. Never mind. Is this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There are 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Ah!
In other words, if I have this strain, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, gas,
Inquit. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would have signed the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would have put it in his letterbox.
15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Just a splendid imagination you have there, forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Is that what you have us... Yeah? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well... It's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? Poison stamp in this envelope. A stamp that has been... that then became the murder weapon. How do we attempt to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, I think it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silent. I see. Very well. I move to...
It's not nice to pick on the fault line, Javier. Who are you? Well, oh shit. What?
Emma! Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Now I sound like him?
Okay, don't quit. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do this.
Not nice to pick on the font line, Clavier. Emma! Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression? Did I sound like him?
Don't quit your day job.
You have a crime scene to be looking after, font line detective. Someone had to come dig you out out of the mess you were making of this case.
Mess?
You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find if that stamp was in that envelope. Easy. Good to explain yourself, online detective. Blame me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right?
That's right! The poison detection spray. Produce a red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Oh, there it is. Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's Admiral Queen residue.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why did this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Misham figured it out.
Figured out what?
He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put its decisive evidence in a frame. Hold it? I have no idea who's talking about that. Oh, hello. Ah, you're also here?
Can I make a statement here, on the record? I spark razor toothbrush now. Claim the scoop is mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe some more succinct. So our fault after 7 years delay, end quote.
Get off the stand! Order, order, order! I see no room for further argument here. No, I admit, this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reaches his mouth after 7 years. Stamp it, take us straight to afterlife, end quote.
I think the witness is about influence on our judge.
I see no further debate on this matter. So that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo! I think we just won.
Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavin's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. Severe contradiction in Airforehead's claim.
That the poison residue kind of just left? No, that the poison just kind of just died?
A contradiction? Poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Whereupon it was framed until now. That's the case. Why would Drew Bishop have done what he did? He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub.
Oh shit.
7 years ago, the 422 Mishram sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame.
I do not debate this, but this begs a question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah, shit. Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Mushroom simply forgot? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But the murderer had been in a frame on his desk for 7 years, and forgot. We expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself. Wrong!
Well, I admit, this is all quite shocking, myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore.
I don't think we're winning anymore. Susie, why do you steal my line?
And I wanted to.
Okay.
I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Okay, then now you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope.
The poison stamp? What exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us?
Ugh.
I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the altoquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree that there seems to be altoquinine residue. But our forehead is simply no stamp. Ah, shit.
Yeah, but
Even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Jim Misham never would have used it. That is all.
ugh. I believe we've come to a conclusion again.
Pablo, you were wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like you to make some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mason received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison attribute on the document inside. There were traces on the poison atropine on the document inside that envelope. Similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on the tiny picture frame. The defense has indicted the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, Jim Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame. He never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atropine in the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense. And that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. If we find this fake, wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? Fake clue that was thrown off the poison's throat, none other than...
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We had an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you completely lost me. The fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It's a good story, I'll give you that.
The fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries.
Ah! I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is a fake?
Come again?
7 years ago, our forger sniffed the trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake.
Here we are again. The victim was a fake.
Mm-hmm. One forger smelled the trap, and one forger fell into the trap.
That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Yeah! Order, order, order!
So you were telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake. Now, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? Better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Misham was. If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, There's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Mission... Forger or Drew Mission was himself a forgery. The real forger was... I mean, she draws, so... There can only be one explanation, really. The real fuck. The real identity as the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham. Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I can't agree, I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. We look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery have been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense. Only one more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. Ah, shit. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... stop doing it, retarded. Say I was right. Fascinating. Fascinating. Vera Misham, you've been paying attention to the trial so far. Let's not gonna be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Oh, the spark in her eyes! Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? Staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared by eyes, believe me, but they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. Ah, shit. So the forger, Drew Misham, was you? Yes, it's me. What? What? The court was in an uproar, and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. We're getting to the bottom of this. Courtroom 8, 1:24 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 6. Okay, so where exactly did this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries. Yes, poor father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? Father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent, so to speak. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make, well, anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. Never had a good constitution or personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already you were already creating your works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So how old are you? Oh, she was right.
So the one who figured out the sand was poisoned, that was...
Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please.
Right, out of time. Wait, Vera, there's one more thing, please! Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right, see, we stuck them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
You're late, Father.
He was watching, gathering information. All about the writing code law offices. But Avery, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Now, they're not really gags. Yeah, my father heard you had resumed the legal business. How pleased he was. Who is Mr. Misham?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Okay, judging from the observations involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely, Trucy. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. And what the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case?
Guess we're about to find out.
February 8th, 1:36 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She has been chewing her fingernails clean off.
Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How you set up this Jew Misham forger persona?
And that stare again. He's doing more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard? I'm not gay, Juicy. At least I think. Right, Romers, if you would you really make those detestable forgeries?
Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Are you the one who painted that painting, the remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries.
If she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the court at large, he was a forger, not her. I've done my thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this.
Oh, right, that.
You have seen this before, yeah? Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. So it's everything you know about this envelope. Red envelope. Everything is in fire. Alright.
I created things. My father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Mother handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was a great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, he had no idea what he was doing. What he was doing was illegal.
Easy there. Easy there, little attorney. Not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. We talked more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have been that may very well have killed your father.
Alright. This envelope came after my first work. Now it's also my painting.
Other than a painting, you mean you've only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. My father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance, what?
For instance, a letter someone had written. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
Okay, none of this makes me sound very innocent at all.
All the $100,000 promised in this letter was a start. The beginning of a new industry for mission.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words.
Uh-oh. What do you mean you received the stamp?
I knew something wrong.
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct?
Heavily poison on the back.
Objection!
Angela Carini. A moment air forehead. Your voice and answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps. You would tell me, Fraulein Vera. When did you receive the stamp?
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? I guess not.
You got filled by chance, by mistake, into this commemorative stamp.
Quite a close call.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the Orange Juice studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. And we enjoyed picture books. This single job had them tied to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Musum wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist mission? You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were dragging yourself in.
Apparently not.
About this commemorative stamp. Can you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty, and more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
Ah, shit. This is something new.
Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. Maybe you'll be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein.
Objection!
Got him. Those magicians you like. Was it this bunch?
A powwow, they're not a bunch.
I see. So, I have to wonder. Why would they write a stamp like that in a business letter? Third question.
Nobody's stamps are always better, and you can't beat Trop Grammar.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin?
Graham, are ye?
What's this Gavin?
I'd like to ask just one question of this witness. In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No! Answer the question! Now! Eek!
But Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, this is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me. There was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
Oh no!
No! I don't... No! What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. This book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all your questions. Stop badgering her. Told you nothing has seen. Your soiled mentor. Nothing. Soiled who? Phoenix Wright. Who else? Tag me? I told you about the trial 7 years ago. After he came to lose his attorney's badge. A certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A student diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What?
Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence, and the forger who made that evidence.
Is this girl standing right in front of me?
Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it?
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was... What's going on with Vera?
She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes, what? There's something about me. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary.
Who was it? Vera! Oh!
The devil.
Holy shit. Defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner diagnosis, acute atropine poisoning. Oh shit. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. Dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. He is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Very simple case at first glance, so we finally began to show its true colors. long road to the truth. Take us to the. Hey! I remember this music like it was yesterday. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. My boy! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Yo! He's so hot! And that is where we must go. Oh, hello there. To find the whole truth. No, I need to play that like right now. No, I need to play that. Showdown time. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. That's how we first met 7 years ago. "7 years ago, Phoenix Wright's final trial." Yeah! Holy shit, I missed this. April 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. I don't try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand, I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Zam. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me.
Baby! Baby! Ow! Oh, morning, Daddy.
I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
Ha 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 ha. I am fine, as always. This old boy here is here to help me, after all. This young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. Thanks. My first show today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
It seems Fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least, only less than 10-15 minutes remain. To all those who have supported me on life's work, I give thanks. Farewell, Magnifique Gramargi.
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. He said it was really important.
What's this? A memo for you, or some such. I love the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Nope, no book page added to the court record. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? I'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, and these you win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's only one of those every year. Something of attorney just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So, do your best, but do not worry. First time a defense has ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ah, ha, 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 ha. I see you do not understand. See, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep, you bet, Daddy.
I still got the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Gramarye, a wildly popular magician, star of trope Gramarye. Mentor, Magnifique Gramarye was a rare breed of magician. Single-handedly ushered in the golden age of stage magic, till he was shot dead. Zach Gramarye is a suspect. April 19th, 10 a.m. District Courtroom number 7. No, I was so used to the old layout. Oh, I was so used to the Apollo Justice layout. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking. Is this what the fuss is all about?
Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah?
We're the sweaty palms, the burning hearts. That campus concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got.
Who are you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, yeah?
Gavin? Defense attorney Kristoff Gavins?
Because my bro's more famous in this part of town.
Javier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band, the Gaviners. You're out of your league, Rock Boy.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy.
Shit, he knew.
True, my debut single, 15 years is hard time for love. Went platinum overnight. That's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah?
Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro-rock accent, by the way.
I'm just getting warmed up. Hair attorney, right?
That's better than hair forehead. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Achtung, baby. I'm gonna go on the opening act. What was his name again? Yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it.
The Gumshoe's here?
You look so good! And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today. See? Alright, what, you normally not confident in your testimony?
You're a detective. This is my stage. Candy antics.
Huh?
All this hay-ewing and such. Like a care glance about your history together.
Okay. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, presses his pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Let's use the 30s badge real quick. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Said a name Magnifique to one of my generation, and he'd be lucky to get a place there.
Yes, though I'm quite sure that the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say 12 Grandma Maria has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant tumor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Or a malignant tumor, perhaps.
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
Magnifi started out to the record. Backthrough seems simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him?
I wouldn't put it quite so. I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it is true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes?
In fact, he was about to shoot him up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
Small syringe. Has been modified so there's no sign of use. I believe the question before us is clear, then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Wait, what are they gonna give this? Oh! Oh, they're going full. They're going full original attorney. Actually, the victim had kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. What this? The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the crime scene. No doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts, and I have here the letter in question.
To my beloved student size, you I okay. Let me read. There we go. Add to the court. Very unusual indeed. Alright, what does it say? To my beloved student Zach, to you I for the task of lowering my life scrutiny. Come on the 13th at 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. Once shots are in the forehead, you cannot refuse. And we both know the reason why. Oh wait, I can actually examine this. Ah shit. I've always hated getting shots. Yes, Magnifi was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Wait, Magnifi uses to inject his insulin. Why are there no traces of it haven't been used? Something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's like the only thing I can actually examine. Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
Whatever the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. Oh, his animations are so clean, I love it. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't they just say 11? Why haven't come at 11:05 without any specific reason?
The devil is in the details, Air Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11 o'clock, the victim, Magnifi Grandma, you was given an IV.
An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11 o'clock, the doctor would come to set up the IV. 3 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. I mean, every night, without fail.
So was that the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV? Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's his reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Oh, I love this. Oh. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. The victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. The pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Oh, hold it! Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded.
He could have been a setup. But without being in such a hurry, maybe we should let the witness talk for a change. Thanks. Thanks, pal. Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it as slow as well as I can. Fine, I can play it as slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe.
Bridges before it happened. And this letter was sent by the victim.
There it is, gotcha! You're all mine this time, pal.
Huh?
I had the hand running chucked out. Of course, it's the victim's no mistake. I see. Ha 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 ha. Score 1 for the boys.
I don't know, this is asserting the facts.
Why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the foreman in the forehead. Oh, yeah. How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Then think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You failed to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still want to do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. Also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that have been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. When they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead, I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Endingamar. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
What? And you can prove that with this photo?
Yeah. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. But I see what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? What did he shoot? Yeah, because that just looks like a normal hole. Nope. This. The clown doll? Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah! There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
What, no objection 2001?
Ha! I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll.
He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead.
His forehead? Ah!
Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit, I'm impressed, but I expect nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered, but the letter says
nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the crown's dull forehead does demand an explanation. Might very well be a clue. Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. And I'll say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Comstrew, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. No, there's no blood. There's literally no blood there, buddy.
Objection!
Shit. What if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
Hold it!
About that.
So, let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim. Hey, not a bad summary, pal. More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But the defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, shall we continue with the testimony? I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. Testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully.
Objection!
Shit. We'll have the gun as evidence, that's the funnier part.
Hold it!
Why are you so certain? Wow, sad as you have been sucking all this time, pal. You never heard of Zack and Val's quick draw shoot 'em? No, what's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Val would stand on either side of a girl, then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Not a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls are not police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Trupker, why you stopped doing that act a while ago? Your man held on to that pistol ever since. I'm a little stumped. That's this.
So you mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. So it's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The reference marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
So, you verified the murder weapon in other words. You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question.
You got it, sir. Here she is.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past.
It's a stays with magic, so see? But it can't fire real bullets.
So much bigger in real life than on TV.
Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And its those traces of having been fired recently.
So were any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint on it of its own. Aha, it's fingerprint, well made.
Well, not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this as evidence. If it's added to the court record, my grandfather will get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed a bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, like I just said, pal. But after we shot the clown in the forehead, he might have.
Objection!
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have had shot the victim too. Yeah! Yeah!
That's not a contradiction, not even close. All you had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how we got it. Heck.
I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. I haven't even proven anything yet, beyond my good looks. It's starting record sales.
And utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Air Detective was just a warm-up act.
Ugh.
Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
For a decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, proved one thing for us. That it was Zach Ramari who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Oh, we are so finishing this. April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less singing and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You're scared, Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one found in the forehead one, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now, at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear it onto our graves. We wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found there, upon his bedside, 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zag and Valent's quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. Stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then. For a moment, you faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall, there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Shop Gramaryi? Yet in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe it. If you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one of my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can't tell me? Ha 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 ha! You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes open. Ah, shit. What? Magnifi Gramaryi? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we are, our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Ha ha, Mr. Wright. Did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. That Gramaryi, he seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe he's just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the cart room. Yippee.
Once again, I am in your hands. Alright, let's get back in there. April 19th, 11:37 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session.
During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. They did find a weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
That's why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words before? They often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Me and the other half of Shop Gramaryi's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent and Gramaryi, so we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple.
Oh, hello, buddy.
Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Gramaryi, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt?
Fate, the grand illusion. The grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks.
Wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock that night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to do this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. Well, I always get the characters, don't I?
I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, I once received this.
That is very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zack Gramaryi received. Yes, or perhaps I just say ta-da!
Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself.
The Orange first attack of my life's currently. Come on, the 13th, 11:20 p.m. What are you going for Brazil suit? Once I ask granted for it, you cannot refuse, and we both know the same reason, why. Cordyceps is into evidence. My nephew's second letter added to the court record. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your sub Grammari up to?
By which you mean?
I'm just having trouble visiting a man who would ask his heirs to kill him. Both of them, no less.
Just my opinion, Air Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared most of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a wrapping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. Which you mean you're not going to tell us? Which makes me wonder even more about this reason why they couldn't refuse. What has gone on with the testimony for starters? The defendant, Zach Ramari, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating.
Well, I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just absolutely point to you as the suspect.
The letter, the murder weapon,
and now the two boys found at the crime scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up.
Witness testimony. The night of the crime. That night, I visited the hospital room. At the time, Magnifi requested. No gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. Not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with that is the ordeal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions, please. Yes, a cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Ramari, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Ramari, then the killer was you, Valent. Apparently he wasn't guilty, so. And those appearance act will get you out of that. Cross-examination. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. And as my fellow student might have received the same instructions. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes, but what if the shooter was still nearby? I did not consider this, to be honest. It's forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination. Really? Is it meant to go about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid. Now, you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. The witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is learned to imagine things. Yeah, that he did it. No, he didn't. There were two bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you about something else concerning the crime scene, namely the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Val quick draw Zudum, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zack tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So, you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? What can I do but obey? Only one pistol was in the hospital room that night. With it, I shot the clown.
Objection!
Oh! According to the defendant, Zach Ramari, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of the pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead, then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, let's assume the defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Vaughn had told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you, I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. Now it's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Vaughn. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The 500 marks on the bullets were a perfect match.
Mr. Vaughn, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Where's my pursuit? I have to add it myself. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin?
I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon.
Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. But you will be accountable for a mistake made in my youth.
That was just this morning.
I am still young.
How young exactly? That is young. The same age as Francisco von Karma in Justice for All.
And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime. We will not be having this present discussion now.
Gramargi? Yes, Your Honor. You're presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you're proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. Shit. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
Mr. Vaughn had entered the hospital room. The victim had already been shot. As next testimony will prove, you're right. The real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. How was the woman who shot what? Who shot what? I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11 o'clock p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes.
To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation, Air Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. You to the song, press the play button and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it on the time and the vote is the same.
The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a rip-off.
Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. And the time of death determined by the doctor there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Brace's remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right.
Bum 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 bum.
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How can the doctor be so precise with the time?
These stewards usually only get an estimated time of death. True. Not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. As a revelation of making the comics appear simple, but the reality is the opposite. It appears complex. In this case, it's a simple matter of subtraction. See, another person has done their arithmetic homework.
The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, the Magnifique Grandma schedule. At 9:11 o'clock, Magnifique was taking an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes.
Now, look at it a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end.
Ah! The needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes down, the IV no longer drips.
Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid.
Precisely. The IV liquid function operates as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. For the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began.
IV report added to the court record. And so it was when I, Valiant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright, does that seem important? Very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. You know, the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. The time's the most magical thing of all. It's the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Objection!
Dun, 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 dun.
Hold it!
Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When I first entered that room, the scent of gunpowder assailed me. Next, a mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, just after did I spy a rose drooping and wilted. Its sword, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you, if I had not been there, why, you might have been a suspect.
Indubitably so. Might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed, even today, I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Val won their first Magicians Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too. A trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky cover, yes. My lucky cover, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas huge, especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Very well, Mr. Wright. Any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky cover testimony? Really sounds like your lucky covers brought you plenty of luck. But not this time, Mr. Valent. Lucky covers betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent had told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? Oh, this talk of color, I mean, yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, Air Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Yes. Now, Grandma, are ye? Let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes? Kinda takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Right? Yeah, well, yeah, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. Ooh, what's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? My elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Ugh! What is this? What? Foul mag, ick. It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alakazam! Our canoe! Where is my pursuit cornered? Order, order, order! What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Your witness is a mistake. Yeah. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Not my army, Valent Grandmari, as you reminded us several times. Right? Your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing. Bro. And to think, you almost had me. Huh? I see your true colors now. Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. And also be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree, at a glance, the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Buddy, that's pure green. Yellow liquid, how can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yeah. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? This bag? In a plastic bag on the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue? Precisely, I figured it out yet. Green yellow liquid in a blue bag and... You got green. This incidentally is a liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought, there's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You might tell us a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ah! Ugh. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask. How did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Yes! Oh, yes. Okay, I gotta lock in now. Alakazam! My team's playing, Clavier. You're finished. Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valgram RE, has decided that the IV liquid was yellow because... From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself, in a clear colorless bag. I suppose he would have too. He would have too, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. So after he knew the IV liquid's color, even the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? Oh, I'm so... The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. You claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor. No. Unlike the sand to an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV bag had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Let me get this straight there, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait. I said wait! I'm not an amateur such as myself, but say to perform such a task. I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag, quite. You provide witnesses capable of such a feat. He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You'll need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV bag to solve the time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Robert's right, and he's all evidence to bring us back down to earth. Now, Grandma, afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. When I ask what you're strongly suggesting, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was clearly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All you had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... Oh, the small syringe, obviously. The victim's syringe is the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Mr. Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. Therefore, should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, about Grandma, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes a perfect clock. One that you could have one that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! Oh, his breakdown is immaculate.
Well, I kind of just won. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, we may get to squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned.
Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so efficiently. Remember to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking.
Huh? What's he talking about?
See, the witness users syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof.
There is no proof he didn't do it either.
Yes, quite true.
Huh? He's admitting it?
Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. Yes, I admit, after all, why they the past when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Air Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less.
What's this?
This is of victim Magnifique Grammarie's diary.
Diary?
After they went to the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. Word of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples, is he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately with his death.
Wait. That book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request?
Sadly, it was not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night. After the IV, I began at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we?
Tonight's IV is in. This does appear to be written just before his death. Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I will leave the rest. Gross this into evidence. Diary added to the court record. Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest of them. The first will come soon. This journal may end here or may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. This is the last page. The diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like the page was ripped out. Well, now isn't that interesting?
Read this last very part with particular care. The journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Grammarie.
That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
Look at what he said before that. It may end here or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Grammarie intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammarie didn't pull the trigger. How do you see the defense understand the meaning of this? Because diary does not go on, it ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grammarie.
Order! Prosecutor Gavin. Are you certain that Magnifique Grammarie wrote this?
There was no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique didn't intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did.
The one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammarie. Well, how do you like me now, Air Right? So do green for your tastes?
Despite about the diary being pretty clear, so I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary's accepted like this trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
Too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Don't even think of showing us this diary. I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary.
Alright. I'd be happy to. Citing evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page's. I don't think that fits, to be honest. First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I didn't notice that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alika, I don't believe it! Look at this page. It's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramaryi. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What, Samuel? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramaryi left. Leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor, now Gramaryi. No. No! The handwriting too, matches that on the other pages. This is without a doubt a genuine article. Order, order, order! But wait! That's impossible! No man couldn't have written that. Hello?
Finally! You just couldn't resist, could you, Heir Wright?
Was this what? Presenting solid evidence?
Heir Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses.
I ask only to put it on hold. Please, our new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later, anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, this is highly irregular. Oh, fuck. We report the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I just had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And all I should have known it, and I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh. Holding trial with no audience is the first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. I have to make a judiciary deal with the witnesses to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. Thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir.
State your name and occupation for the record.
My name is Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter, and you're somehow related to this case. No, well, not per se.
I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is?
No, yeah. I know her well. Very well indeed.
How's that possible?
Where have you seen this diary page? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah, I mean, I made it. What? You made it? Yes. I got one of my works.
The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. You evidence has prepared for the trial of Zach Ram, are ye?
Legal evidence?
I initiated an investigation. Found this witness. A painter to the world at large, who Misham has another side, you might say. He's going to make imperfect reproductions of certain things.
Forgeries.
Forgeries, in other words.
Forgeries? Whoa, so we are to understand that this page is
A fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence!
What do you mean? Apollo would know your struggle, buddy.
The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right?
Witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. Yes. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake.
It's a fake. Huh? To avoid this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright, you have just presented the legal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, the boy. Here.
Yeah, hold on. What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yes. You have an explanation for yourself. If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Holding evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court is a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Ah, shit. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait! I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. But you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. The prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip. Everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you started out to think before embarrassing yourself.
My dog is barking really loudly. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney?
Yes?
Could I ask your name? Huh? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright. I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. We have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zuck? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid that the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this!
Mr. Enigmar! The defendant escaped! Find him! Quick!
Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double! He must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zach Ramari, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Grammari miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The child magician Zach Ramari vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved. However, not until 7 years later. And that is where we are going to leave it off. I got a lot of shit done today. So this is where I shall end the stream. 5 hours. Wow. I shall see you guys the next time I play Apollo Justice, which I hope I can finish tomorrow. Anyway, I shall see you guys the next time